coming up on November 11th, Remembrance Day in Canada, Veterans Day in the United States. So for reasons that will become obvious, that makes Ed Stanowski the perfect hockey guest for this time of year. Paul Patsku will give you the first question.
Thank you, Glenn, and welcome, Ed. It's great to see you again, and we're going to talk a bit about your hockey career, then we're going to talk about your military career. We don't have much time, but tell us briefly about your career, Junior, Memorial Cup, who the goalies were that influenced you.
Yeah, Paul and Glenn, great to be here with you, by the way. I have to say that right at the outset here. And yeah, I was very fortunate. I was looked at by the Regina Pats while I was playing hockey out in Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. And there was two of us out there in Moose Jaw that were being looked at, I was told, by the Regina Pats. That was Clark Gillies, Hall of Famer from the New York, who went on to the New York Islanders, yeah, and myself. So we went as 16 and 17-year-olds. We went over to Regina, played 4 years with the Pats. For me, Clark played 3 years. He was a year ahead of me. But we had a great hockey team in Regina. We won the Memorial Cup in 1974. That team was full of a lot of talent, and I was very fortunate to be part of it. And because of that team, I was drafted by the St. Louis Blues in 1975, and was fortunate to play 6 years with the Blues, and then a couple of years with the Winnipeg organization, the Jets, and then finished off in the Hartford Whalers organization. Mm-hmm. And along that journey, there was an opportunity to play with Team Canada Junior and the NHL World Championships, and so that was pretty exciting. Yeah, 10 pro years, and met some great people, got some great friends from it, Paul, and
great.
Continued.
And your goalie mentors?
My two names come to mind when I think of it. Johnny Bauer came out to Regina, worked with me when I was playing with the Pats. And Johnny taught me how to poke check. I don't think any goalie in the game, who ever played in the game, could poke check better than Johnny Bauer. And I was very fortunate there. And my mentor when I got to St. Louis was Glenn Hall, the great Glenn Hall. And Glenn and I consider him a great friend, and he helped me a lot. Not overly on the ice things, but the head game. You know, how to deal with the pressure of being a goaltender in the National Hockey League. It's significant, especially when you're 20, 21 years old, and Glenn was excellent with that.
Yeah, he's a great man. We can talk at length when you come on our Hockey Time Machine show, because you have such an interesting career playing hockey and afterwards. So Glenn's going to talk to you now about some military stuff.
So after your hockey career ended, you entered the military, rose to the rank of lieutenant colonel, and the Stanley Cup has been a lot of places, but you took it someplace in 2007 it had never been. So tell us that story, please.
Well, Glenn, that's very interesting, because at the time I was working in Kingston. I was in the Army, and I was working in Kingston, and I got a phone call from Canada's Chief of Defense Staff, Rick Hillier, General Rick Hillier. And when a four-star general calls a lieutenant colonel, even sitting at your desk, your heels come together. So General Hillier said to me, he said, Ed, I need a favor from you. And I said, sir, yes, sir, whatever you need. He said, can you get the Stanley Cup? We want to take it to Afghanistan for a visit with the troops, both the American and the Canadian troops that are over there. And that was at the height of the Afghan war, of course. So anyways, and I said, I'll see what I can do, sir. So I ended up calling down to Mr. Bettman's office down in New York, and was put through to Mr. Bettman, and he was in a meeting, I think, with some of his peers, and he said, Ed, what can we do for you? And I said, well, I've got a request from Canada's Chief of Defense Staff to take the Stanley Cup over to Afghanistan. And there was a long pause. You could hear the silence. You could cut it with a knife. And somebody in the room, at the back of the room, said, I think he's been hitting the head with too many pucks. Anyways, I'll fast forward. The long and short of it is I got a call through. I set up a call between General Hillier and Mr. Bettman, and Gary and the general sorted out a few of the details, and then their chiefs of staff did. And the cup did go to Afghanistan. And the significance of it is, it's at that time it was the only professional cup to ever go into a war zone, and and it was significant because the troops that were over there, both the American, the Canadian, and even other nations that were over there, the Brits and the Dutch and others, were very, very impressed that a cup of that stature would go over to be with the troops. And the players that went over, because the NHL players that went over, really connected with the troops that were over there.
Yeah. Name some of the players that came with you.
Yeah, Lanny McDonald came over, and Rob Ramich came over, Larry Patey, Regin Houle, Mike Gartner. You know, over the years, Probert. You know, Tiger Williams. Tiger and Probert really connected with the troops because, again, those are the warriors in the game, and they should have certainly connected with the warriors over in Afghanistan. And you know, it was a tough trip when we went over. We lost 3 Canadians while we were over there, and of significance with the players that went over is 3 young Canadian warriors were killed outside the wire, and the players came to me and they said, Ed, how do we deal with this? You know, this is the real thing. And I said, just keep doing what you're doing. I said, that's why you're here, for morale for the troops. And when those 3 Canadian soldiers that were killed were repatriated back to Canada, and everyone saw the Highway of Heroes here in Ontario and other places, but when those 3 caskets with the Canadians that were being repatriated went in the back of that C-130 Hercules on the tarmac in Kandahar, and the troops are lined up, and the caskets go by, well, right there in the rows were the NHL players paying their respects, and that was significant. Yeah. That touched me personally, and I was really proud. It was a proud moment for Canada, I can tell you.
I want to follow up on your comment about morale, and if you could go into a little more detail about how it does improve morale for the guys and women who get to see the players and get to see the Stanley Cup, and how significant that really is.
Well, it is significant. When you deploy in the military for 6, 11, 12 months, you're away from your family. That in itself is a challenge. You're away from your family. You're away from everything that we as Canadians hold dear. You're in a far-off place like Afghanistan. The stress and the strain, the pressure of what you're dealing with over there, and then overcome some Canadians, some Americans who are playing the game at such a high level, and you go, holy cow, you know what we're doing over here matters, and it matters enough that people like Tiger Williams and Probert, Bobby Probert, and Mike Gartner, and all these other NHL players, Regin Houle, they come over and they take the time to play ball hockey with us, to talk to us, to go outside the wire. In some cases, the guys went outside the wire and they saw what the soldiers were doing, the men and women who were over there serving, Canadian, Americans, British. And it was an experience for them, for the guys that went over and the guys that came back. And when you saw patrols that were going outside the wire and they're getting their kit together in the assembly area and they're mounting up in their battle rattle, and talking to them is Bobby Probert, is Tiger Williams, or the other players. The morale was really lifted, and some of the guys, the patrols went out, they'd be gone for 24 hours, and the NHL guys would be there when they came back, to see them when they came back, after they'd done the business of soldiering. Significant.
Wow. Yeah, so Glenn, do you want to continue on? We've got a few minutes left.
Yes. So you are not the only military man with a hockey background. The man who was the chief of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Milley, he played college hockey at Providence, right?
He did. I met General Milley just before I deployed in 2008. And I was down at Fort Campbell, Kentucky, and General Milley was going to be working in Regional Command East with the American contingent, and I was going to be working with the Canadian contingent in Regional Command South. And we got to be pretty good friends. And General Milley did some great things to support the Canadian troops, and we did some things to support the American troops while we were over there. But it was that hockey connection you talk about that we spent a lot of time chatting about too, because he was the captain of Princeton's hockey team, at Princeton University in the States, college hockey. And after the 4 years in Princeton, he played. He went in the American Armed Forces, and he rose, of course, to the rank of 4-star general and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. And it's of interest. He and I and his wife and my wife will be getting together later this month, actually, and we've got a dinner appointment together. So we stayed in touch, and there are some stories that if we had more time, I could share with you about our time in Afghanistan.
Well, we'll do that on our Hockey Time Machine show for sure.
For sure.
I do want to mention, in looking up General Milley's record, he sustained 100 stitches, broke his jaw, lost 4 teeth, and those weren't on the battlefield. Those were on the ice while he was playing hockey. Can you get a Purple Heart for playing hockey?
Well, if anybody should, he should. He was the captain of the team, and he was a warrior long before he joined the Army, I think. But he's a genuine, true guy, a man of great integrity and ability in the military terms. But also I never saw him play college hockey, but from what I heard from his teammates, because I've met some of his teammates who are other Canadians that played in the college leagues down there, and he contributed to that team in a great way, the Tigers.
We talked to Fred Barrett, the old Minnesota North Stars defenseman, and no, he's not that old. Sorry, Fred, if you're listening. But he joined the ranks of the fire department when he retired, and he found a lot of parallels in terms of teamwork, and you have to count on the guy next to you. The guy next to you has to count on you. And you must have found those same parallels between hockey and the military.
Absolutely. There's no question that my time in the National Hockey League, my time playing professional hockey, junior hockey, set me up for the things I was going to have to deal with in the military. I deployed on operations to Africa, the Middle East, the Balkans, Afghanistan, and the things that I had to deal with while I was deployed overseas was a reflection of what I learned playing hockey. The men and women that you rely on when you're serving, it's no different than the men that I had to rely on when I was playing hockey, whether it was with the St. Louis Blues or the Hartford Whalers or the Winnipeg Jets. You're only going to be successful if you're part of the team. The consequences of getting it right in the military are much more dire, of course, than when you're playing hockey. But it's significant. The stress and the pressure. I played my first professional hockey game here in Toronto against the Maple Leafs in December of 1975. And I can remember sitting in the dressing room in the Maple Leaf Gardens, my first game, hockey night in Canada, Saturday night, and I was scared spitless. I can remember it. And I realized that I was going out to be part of something that was much bigger than me. You know, you're going up against Lanny McDonald and Daryl Sittler and Boria Salming and all the Toronto big guns, Tiger Williams. And I had that same feeling when I was parachuting, doing military parachuting, and when I went into Afghanistan and Africa and other places. You realize you're part of something that's much bigger than just yourself. Everybody in life should get a chance to experience it, not experience, conflict, but where they're involved with something that's bigger than them. And I was fortunate to do that and get that team environment.
That's amazing. Yeah, we're going to have to let you go. Yeah, you got some signings to do. I do admire that ring.
That was the Memorial Cup Championship from 1974. Again, with the likes of Clark Gillies on our team. Dennis Sobchuk was the captain. Robbie Laird, who is now a scout for Los Angeles. And, of that team, the players that I was fortunate enough to be the goaltender for, a whole bunch of them went on and had very successful professional careers. And we're a close-knit group. We just celebrated our 50th anniversary of that victory.
Oh, that's great. Well, thanks again, Ed. Really appreciate this.
Paul, my pleasure. Paul, Glenn, great to see you both. And if I may, very quickly, we celebrate sports and hockey and our athleticism and all that good things to everybody. Don't forget November 11th. Take a minute to look back. Think about those who are still serving. We've got some great Canadian men and women who are in far-off places as we speak.
Well said. Thank you. Good. Oh, that was great.
All right, Saturday, Toronto Sport Card Expo. Welcome, everybody. Very excited, honored to be sitting with NHL legend, Hall of Famer, Grant Fuhr. Hey, Grant. No, you're not old.
I'm good. You?
I'm doing well. I was up really late last night, having a good time here, enjoying the hobby, enjoying the spirit of the Sport Card Expo.
Did you make the rave next door?
There was no, didn't do that. Where I always like to start these conversations is going back to like your childhood and collecting and following the game of hockey. Did you collect hockey cards at all growing up, or was that on your radar at all?
I've got a bunch of hockey cards, football cards.
Oh, really?
The baseball, yeah. I managed to collect a bunch when I was a kid. And,
Who are your guys? Like, who are the people that you really like to collect?
mostly goalies.
Okay.
The Glenn Halls, Tony Esposito, all the way through guys like Roy Edwards. And the older group.
I read that you were a fan of Glenn Hall. And so what was it about his game that you really appreciated?
You know what? I just like the way he played. I think that's the biggest thing. He was athletic.
Yeah.
And you look at guys like Glenn, Roger Crozier, some of those guys, that they started the athleticism in goaltending, so it was fun to watch.
Gotcha. So you had Glenn Hall cards then?
I still do.
You do? From your childhood?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Do you have a favorite one that you can think of, or?
I've got a Blackhawk one that's pretty cool.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so now even going back to when you were younger and collecting, is there a card that you had always wanted to have, or a player who's maybe rookie card that you had maybe never got, but wish you had back then?
No, I've probably got all the cards that I wanted. I mean, some guy that wore 99, I've got a rookie card at his sign, so that works out pretty well.
Yeah. Okay, so now as your career progressed and you got more known around the sport, one of the things I'm always interested is autographs. You have a beautiful autograph, and I really commend you for that. And I imagine you've signed it a few times
We're getting used to signing it.
in your life, but is that something that you practiced when you were younger? Like, I'll admit I did. I never made it to the NHL, but just kind of dreaming about maybe one day if I were to sign my autograph for someone. So how did that come about, or was it just you just signed your name?
You know what? It's kind of evolved over the years. Now it's just how it works. I mean, it's not something I ever worked on or practiced. It started with two separate names, and it kind of blended into one, and we just tried to make it a little fancier.
Oh, nice. So when you, as a collector then, when your rookie card came out, do you remember seeing it for the first time, seeing a Grant Fuhr hockey card?
You know what? To be honest, no.
Okay.
So I've seen a lot of them in the last few years,
sure.
but at playing, you never really worry about it. You just play.
Yeah. Was there, now beyond hockey cards, like a memorabilia question, as you were playing throughout your career, did it occur to you maybe at like significant moments or milestones that, oh, maybe I should take this piece of equipment and tuck it away just as a remembrance of, hitting that milestone or a big game or something like that?
You know what? I was never really big into collecting that. I think that's the biggest thing I've collected other people's stuff, but never really collected a whole lot of my own.
Okay. Now, is there any piece of memorabilia that you have that you just love or is really significant to you?
Let's see. I've got a jersey of Wayne's. I've got a Michael Jordan jersey. I've got Charles Barkley. So it's just friends.
Okay. All right, I got to go back to your rookie card for a second. So I'm going to give you a little Grant Fuhr rookie card trivia here for a second. So I got my notes here. PSA, right there, the leading card grading or authenticator and grader. They've graded your rookie card, your OPG rookie card, 2,545 times. That's how many times that card's been graded. How many times or how many perfect Gem Mint 10 grades do you think exist of your rookie cards? So it's multiple choice. 47, 101, or 415?
All or more than I would think there were. So we'll go with 47.
It's actually 101. So there's 101 Gem Mint 10 Grant Fuhr rookie cards. That's kind of cool.
Okay.
It's not a lot. It's pretty rare.
It's definitely not a lot. So, yeah, it is kind of cool.
Yeah. I always wonder, playing in the early 80s, into the 90s, when you come now as 2024 to an event like this, and you see sort of the fan involvement, engagement, appreciation for the sport of hockey, just not just for your individual contributions to the game, but for the sport as a whole. Could you have ever imagined that the sport would even have gotten to this point, or like a collecting experience like the Sport Card Expo?
You know what? The sport's always been growing. So the audience was going to grow, but the collecting business, I mean, when we first started, it's something you never really thought of. And
Yeah.
it's just grown immensely over the years.
Okay. Is there a current goalie that plays today that you really appreciate, or that maybe reminds you of yourself, or that you just like watching?
You know what? I like watching all of them. I mean, there's no small goalies anymore. So
Yeah, isn't that weird?
everybody's 6'5", 6'6". So you don't see a lot of guys that are 5'10", 5'9". I mean, the kid in Calgary right now, Dustin Wolf, I think might be the smallest in the league at 5'11". So it's a little different than when I played.
Have you seen how he like jumps up to get hyped up before the game in his full pads, and how high he gets off the ground?
Oh, no, we get a chance to see a lot of them. We played against them. I work for Coachella Valley.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we played him in the playoffs the last couple of years. So I've got a real good chance to watch him, and he's good.
Now, do you think in your heyday you could have outjumped him from a vertical standpoint?
I would give him a run for his money. I don't know if we'd outjump him.
Your pads are a lot heavier, though.
We definitely wore a little heavier pads, so we could still jump with it, though.
Okay, so what's a piece of modern goalie equipment that you think that if you could have just taken back to your day, that would have made just a huge difference in, your comfort or, ability to play?
Probably just the overall weight of everything.
Yeah.
I mean, a pair of pads when we played was somewhere 18, 20 pounds, whereas they weigh about 4 now.
Yeah.
The upper body gear's lighter. The masks are lighter. Everything's a little bit lighter.
And then, what's the sweat, too, right? That would really, was it?
Well, our problem is once everything got wet, it stayed wet. So
Yeah.
unless you had 4 or 5 days off, you're playing in wet gear.
Did you ever, weigh them after the game? Like, when you're, because one of my good friends is a goalie coach back in the United States, and he would talk about how, like the weight loss, even during a game, through sweating, water weight, and stuff like that.
Yeah, sure, in the game, you'd lose probably 15, 16 pounds. So all that sweat goes into your gear while the gear gets heavy.
That's incredible.
You never lose that weight.
Yeah, that's incredible. Well, thank you. It's a treasure to have you. I appreciate your contributions to the game. Oh, I want to mention, too, to anyone watching, last week I watched your documentary, Making Coco, and it's amazing. And I really enjoyed it, and I would highly recommend anyone, to hear your story. And, it's just a very entertaining, flew by.
Well, thank you.
All right, everybody, give Grant Fear a hand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Great to meet you.
It's my pleasure. It's quite the setup you got going.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Mic test.
Joe Carter.
Hello, Toronto. How's everybody doing today? Good? Good. Great weather we're having. Normally it's supposed to be snow right now, isn't it?
It does not feel like
No,
November.
it's still golf season. Okay, that sounds great.
Now we are in for a real treat. Absolute baseball legend, not only a baseball legend, but also the hero behind one of the most iconic moments in Toronto sports history. I have to ask you about that. 1993, the World Series, you hit a walk-off home run. Take us through that moment. What was going through your head?
The first thing was going through my head was don't strike out. Yeah, don't embarrass yourself because everybody's watching. But, you know, in a situation like that, for me, everybody knows me. I love being in that situation. I love the pressure of the game, being on the line, and I'm at the plate. I was more nervous watching the other guys hit in the dugout because I couldn't do anything about it. But when I got to the plate, I was totally relaxed. It seems like every game it comes down to somehow I'm in the limelight. From the 92 World Series, the last out, the 91 the 91 game where we clinched, I got the base hit, but here we are, the bottom of the ninth in Game 6 of the World Series, and I was absolutely loving it. Was not thinking about hitting a home run, Camila. I was just thinking about getting a base hit because we had two slow runners on the bases. We had Ricky Henderson and Paul Molitor. So, therefore, I had to hit a home run to let both of them score because otherwise they were so slow they would not have scored.
I was going to ask, in that moment, did you know it would be career defining? Did you know that you could do it?
I knew I could do it, and I knew it would be career defining. And, you know, sometimes it takes away from your career because when people, you know, I tell people I did hit more than one home run. And you people in Toronto know that. I did hit more than one home run, but that happened to be the biggest one, and so that's how people will always think of me and remember me. And I'm like, well, you know, it could have been worse. I could have been the pitcher who threw it. So, you know, I'd rather be on this side than be on the other side.
And it's no secret that you are a Toronto fan favorite, but with that comes a lot of pressure. How did you handle that? What was the mental game like? How did you stay true to yourself when you knew that the fans were relying on you?
To me, that's not pressure. To me, it's how you look at things. And I looked at things as if you give it your best every single game, every single at-bat, that's all that the fans can ask of you. That's all you can ask of yourself. You can't do less. You can't do more. But when you go out there and don't give it your best, then you're cheating yourself and the fans who paid good money to see you play. So to me, like I say, playing the game of baseball, to me that was no pressure at all. That was fun, and I think you guys saw that on my face, the way that I played, the way that this young lady here said, I said hello to her. She was in the outfield, and I said I had said hello to everybody. Once the game started and everything, I was communicating with the crowd. I remember in Cleveland, they had a knock on me. They said because when I was at the plate, they said I smiled too much. And so I'm supposed to be serious about playing the game of baseball, but no. When you're playing 162 ball games, and here in Toronto it's about 182 ball games, it's not about being serious. It's about having some fun and enjoying the moment, and I did that to the best of them.
And you mentioned there were plenty more home runs, plenty more memorable moments. Other than that 93 World Series, what would you say is the most memorable moment of your career, or your happiest memory?
The happiest moment? Winning that first World Series that was huge. And for me to be at first base, which I had no business being at first base, okay, because that was not my position, but because of the National League having the pitchers hit, I had to play first base. And I remember in the ninth inning, and I had a flashback, and I said, what the heck am I doing here at first base? It's like the biggest game of my life, and I thought about Bill Buckner for just 1 second, and the next guy hit the ball right to me in the bottom of the ninth, but I was able to catch it, step on the bag. Whew, that was it. But catching the last out of the first World Series to bring the championship home to Toronto, my mother, she nicknamed me Jumpin' Joe the Kangaroo. So my son the Kangaroo, and that's what I always did. So that was, besides the second year, but that was probably the biggest moment. Winning that first World Championship, they can never take it away from you.
Yeah, round of applause for that. We would love to feel that happiness again, I'm sure. What do you think, from your perspective, the Jays have to do to finally bring that championship back to Toronto?
Bring back the 93 team. It's funny you say that. I've watched the Blue Jays, and they've got a great young ball club. One of the guys they lost, and I hate they lost him last year, was Teoscar Hernandez. And I had an event in Ottawa last week and talked to one of the owners, and he asked me the same question. He said, what do we need to do? I said, you got to find an RBI guy in the middle of that lineup. You got to find your Joe Carter to drive the runs in. I said, I'm no longer available. I can still hit, but running, nah, that's out of the question. But they've got to find a guy with the presence that's going to drive you in 105, 110, 115 RBIs, because that's what the Jays need. They've got a great young ball club with Vlad and Bo. I mean, they've got a pitching staff. All the key ingredients are there. They're just missing that one guy in the middle, and hopefully they can find him.
Who would you bring in?
Who would I bring in? Well, he's already signed. I'd bring in Shohei, but I don't think what's $700 million in Canadian. That's a lot, isn't it? Wow, I don't know who I would bring in. It's a good question. See there, you
put you on the spot there.
Yeah, you put me on the spot. I don't even know who the free agents are, but they've got to find some guy to. Well, you know what? Teoscar is still a free agent, so
bring him back.
Bring him back. I'd love to see him back here.
All right, now I'm mindful of your time, so I'm going to get one more question in, and I think it's special to hear about your time in Toronto in Canada. What made this place so unique compared to other places that you played in, and what are your favorite personal memories of this city?
Well, first of all, Toronto to me is like a second home, and I have my golf tournament here and going on the 16th year, so that's what I think about Toronto. But the greatest memories I have, what made that so personal for me, was all you guys, all the fans. I have a lot of acquaintances that I still talk to, a lot of friendships here, and it's like I can't wait to get back here every time I come back. And coming across the border, a lot of people say it's a hassle. For me, no, it's almost like coming home. But and it's ironic, it's kind of funny, because when I come here and I go to the Jays games and stuff, I walk down the street and no one bothers you. It's like no one, well, first of all, they don't recognize
She's like, I would
me.
bother you.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm walking and they've got Joe Carter jerseys on and they have no idea that I'm right behind them, and I'll walk right past them and it's nothing. It's like I've been forgotten. But no, not like I've been forgotten, but you know, the people here have always treated me with a lot of respect. They've you know, given me a lot of great moments, and I will continue to be back here in Toronto for the rest of my life because this is my second home.
Well, you are always welcome here, Joe. Thank you so much for your time, for giving us an insight into your story. It was an absolute pleasure.
All right, Camilla, thank you too.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you,
Joe
Toronto.
Carter.
Where you want me?
Right here is,
Right here?
ladies and gentlemen, Gary Payton. Got your microphone right here. Sorry about
Well,
that.
thank you.
Welcome to Toronto. How does it feel to be here?
It's always a pleasure to come to Toronto. You know, so they always give me a good warm welcome. When I played here, it was always the same. So I love it in Toronto.
Now, I want to ask you about the glove. Everyone knows you as the glove. Where did this nickname come from? Can you give us a little bit of a backstory?
Well, in 1993, I was playing Kevin Johnson, who was a premier point guard at the time, and during the season he was averaging about 25. And then we got into the Western Conference Finals where we was playing Phoenix. I was holding him to like 13 points. My cousin called me onto the phone talking about glove. I hung up the phone. I was like, I don't know who that is. And then all of a sudden he called me back and he was like, man, this your cousin. I said, why you call me the glove? He said, because you got Kevin Johnson in a mitt with like a baseball in a mitt, and you covered him so good and so tight. And I was like, that sounds pretty good. And then we start getting it going in the glove, and now it's one of the best nicknames ever in sports.
And one of the best defenders of all time. You played against some very tough opponents. Looking back at your career, who was the hardest person to defend?
Everybody should always know this is John Stockton. John Stockton was probably the most hardest person or most difficult person for me to guard, because the simple fact is that he had to get the ball 94 feet, you know, and he didn't go to a spot. He didn't do that. He come off pick and rolls. He set picks. He does things like that, and it was just very hard. And he only played like 32, 33 minutes. Next thing you know, I look up, he's got 26 points, 16 assists, 8 rebounds, 4 steals, and then I done played 46 minutes, and I got the same stats, and we can be by 30. So I'm like, man, that don't work. So, you know what I'm saying? So he's the most difficult person.
And I can't talk to you and not mention trash talk. You are known for it. You execute it beautifully. Was that strategic, or did that just come naturally to you? What are your best trash talk tips?
I can't tell you right here, it's too many kids. I said everything,
But it was both. It was strategic and it was just came natural. You know, growing up in Oakland, California, in California, in the United States, that's what I had to do on the playgrounds. I had to go out and talk a lot of trash and protect myself. And then I had to get my father and my brothers to come protect me too, because a lot of people wanted to beat me up. But then all of a sudden, I got really good at it and people started respecting me. So when I went to the NBA, I made it a point that I'm always going to get on the rookies. I'm going to always get on everybody and try to get them out their game to pay more attention to me and not to their team. And it worked. It just worked. And then I got real good at it and started getting on the referees, getting on fans. I got on everybody. And it was just fun for me. I just made it a habit, and everybody started loving it because I did it. And they would come to the games just to try to pick on me, and then I'll pick back on them.
Now, the 96 NBA Finals, everyone still talks about that run. What do you remember about that season, about that team?
Well, we had a great run. I mean, the Bulls were 72-10, and we were 64-18. People didn't know about us because the Bulls had set a record, you know, but we were there. People don't understand. We beat them one time in the season. They beat us one time. We was one of the 10 losses they had, and we weren't afraid of them. You know what I'm saying? And we beat them pretty handily. But I thought that when we went into the finals, we were playing not to lose instead of to win. And it took too much long time. I didn't start off on Michael Jordan at the beginning. I started off on him after game 4. We beat him 2 times, and then by that time it was just too late. Dennis Rodman started playing well. Kukoc started playing well. Luke Longley was killing us, and it was like we couldn't recover from that. And they had a great basketball team. We had a great basketball team too, but we just couldn't recover. We didn't have Nate McMillan at the time. Detlef was having a so-so series. Hershey was having a so-so series. And me and Sean was having a great series. But we just couldn't compete with all the athletes and all the players they had.
And later on in your career with the Miami Heat, you finally captured that elusive NBA championship. Round of applause.
Thank you.
Incredible feat. What do you remember about that year? What did it mean for you to finally accomplish that?
Well, I had a bunch of rebels on that team. It was a bunch of knuckleheads. We were knuckleheads at that. But I think it was fun. We had a young guy in Dwayne Wade who was only in his 3rd year. He had a extraordinary playoffs. He averaged about 35. I had to finally go, and I was the oldest one on that team. So I had to go to Shaq and tell Shaq, look, we got a young stud here. I think that we're going to win. You got to be the second fiddle. Our time is over. We got to play a role. And Shaq accepted it. And the young fella put us on his back. All we had to do was play defense and make shots. And we got people to start understanding that. Antoine Walker, the guys like Alonzo Mourning, James Posey, White Chocolate, Jason Williams. We got everybody to bite in, and we got down 2-0 against Dallas, and then we beat them 4 in a row, and so happened we won the championship.
And the NBA has changed a lot since your playing days. I would love for you to give us an insight on your perspective on the current state of the NBA and maybe what it's like to play as a defender in the NBA today.
Well, it wouldn't be good for me to play as a defender in the NBA now, because I wouldn't be on the floor no time. I'd probably be fouled out or threw out all the time. But this is their era. This is the era they play. It's almost like a PlayStation era. They want to run up and down, score a lot of points. Nowadays, their weapon is the three-point line. Our weapon was the big man. We would go inside, out. We had a lot of more centers. The centers now play on the outside. They shoot threes and they do that type of stuff. You only really got 2 really big men, and I think that's Embiid and the Joker. And the Joker moves out because he plays all the positions. So, but I think they're in their era. They're making a lot of money. Can't knock them for it. This is what it is. The basketball, to me, is not like the 90s when I played. It was more rougher. We had more players that we around every position, and it is what it is. The reason I watch it so much now is because my son is in the NBA, and I watch him a lot with the Golden State Warriors. So, but I'm not knocking them. It's their era. It is what it is. This is what it's going to be.
Now, is there competition with your son Is it friendly competition, or do you give him advice, or are you kind of like pushing him to try and achieve more? What's that like?
No, I leave him alone now. I've been a nagging his thorn for a long time. So I'm like, leave him alone, let him play. He figured it out. He done figured it out. He know his role with the Golden State Warriors. He's effective at that role. He's very athletic. He plays the defense the way he wants to play it. I just sit there now and watch. And everybody always say, why are you so mad? I'm not mad. I'm just figuring it out. I can't say anything because I'm thinking my way. This is the way I would have did it. You know what I'm saying? And so I leave him alone, and now he comes to me when he sees me. He'll be like, why they do that? Why they do that? I'll be like, hey, just play. It is what it is. And he figures it out.
You mentioned there are a few kids in the audience. What advice would you give to young athletes, whether it's in basketball and soccer and baseball, that want to one day play in the professional leagues? What's your best word of advice?
I always give them, they got to have goals. And then they got to have a mindset where I tell kids when I go to camp, if I got 100 kids, I say it's only 3% of you probably will make the NBA or WNBA. We're just going to be honest. You have to be exceptional talent to do that. So what I do is I tell them to have goals. If you're not going to be a basketball player, you can be somebody else. You could be a doctor, a lawyer, and be up here on the stage like that talking to me, talking about your profession. But never get your mind distracted by anything. You can be popular any other way. And I think that you got to work at your skills, and you got to work at it, and you got to be respectful to the game. Respect the game. Don't think that you're bigger than the game. And I think if you do that with your talent, you're going to be okay. And you're going to get a coach that's going to let you play. He's going to let you do the things that you need to do, and it's going to be fine. But you have to respect the game. Don't think you're bigger than it. I respected the game for 2 years of my career. My first 2 years in the NBA. And they were the most horrible years of my life. Sonics wanted to trade me. They wanted to do that. And then I got a coach who came in George Karl, who changed me back to my ways. And then after that, I became Gary Payton.
Now, Gary, one last question for you. I'm going to put you on the spot here. You're regarded as one of the best defenders of all time. Who is the best defender in the NBA right now, according to you?
I always got to say my son, but I really think Drew Holiday is. Drew Holiday is probably the best defender at a guard position that I feel that can change a game. Everybody think big men change the game. No, they don't. I think they just change the game when you go into the basket and they block shots. I think a player who can change the game, who can get out and disrupt the offense and don't make them play an offense is the best defender. And I think that's Drew Holiday.
Amazing. Well, Gary, thank you so much for your time, for giving us your perspective, and for the visit to Toronto. It was an absolute pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you, Toronto fans. Appreciate you guys.
Gary Payton,
always,
everybody.
Always a pleasure.
everyone does. Why don't we speak up? Till we lose our voice. Is this a disease? Can it be cured? Guess I can change the way it is. We're just meant to be struggling, but nothing really matters to me. As long as I got you, baby, I try to focus on what's right, even if it's
Welcome everyone to this segment called Adventures in the Hobby. We have Josh Roth from Roth Card and Dr. Collectible, Daryl Garner, and myself, Amit. Unfortunately, Candace couldn't be with us. She's feeling a little bit under the weather, but that's okay. These two gentlemen, I'm sure, will be able to fill well enough in the void. So one of the first things I wanted to ask about you guys is, before we go into the specifics, Josh, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you are doing in the hobby right now?
Yeah, my name is Josh Roth, or Roth Cards on Instagram. We travel the world buying, selling, and trading sports cards. We make videos on YouTube, and we're from Florida, and it's an honor to come out to Canada, Toronto, and have a good time buying, selling, and trading. It's what we do full time, no other job. It's just fun, and we have a lot of fun doing it. We make a lot of videos, and we just try to put out great content showing the rest of the world what sports cards is.
That's awesome. Daryl, what about you?
Yeah, me, I'm more of the media aspect. I like to create content, but I also like to work with businesses. I want to say I almost do the same thing you do. I just flip businesses. I try to get into the business aspect of like working with different individuals, and not only that, helping to work with shows, card shops, and take, I would say, the hobby to the next level when it comes to content.
And the one neat thing is you're from ATL, which is Outcast, is one of my all-time favorite acts. It's from your home twin, so I would love seeing that too. I wanted to ask you guys a couple things. I'll start off with you, Josh. What about the hobby inspires you?
There's multiple aspects of the hobby, and being able to look at the hobby, and you can do multiple things. Whether you're buying and selling businesses, whether you're going as a media guy, whether you're buying and selling cards, whether you just got in and you want to buy your favorite player. There's so many opportunities inside of the hobby, and when you get an idea and you can kind of turn your idea into fruition, it's so possible for that to happen in this hobby because there's no regulations. There's no, you can't do it this way. Everybody's just free to kind of do their own thing, and in that freedom, it turns into inspiration, and you can turn that into a business, or you can turn that into an idea, or you can turn it into content. There's just so many aspects of the hobby, and it's inspiring.
That's a great answer for all those people that are out there aspiring to do what you want to do. There's an example of it right there. Daryl, why don't you talk about your aspect of it?
Well, for me, I love the community of the hobby. I love the fact that there's a lot of opportunities. Like, you can be so much in this hobby, and necessarily it doesn't always have to deal with cards. I mean, if you want to, go on a podium and moderate and host, you can do that. If you want to go out and start a business making custom cards, you can do that. You want to sell jerseys, memorabilia, you can do that. This space is like unregulated. You can become whatever you want. I don't have no PhD, but my name is Dr. Collectible. Like, let's make it make sense. You can be whatever you want as long as I feel like you're truly generally you, like being you and being the aspirations of who you are. This place will take you as far as you want it to go. That's what I love about it.
Yeah, that's great, and it's so true. Like, you believe in yourself, you bet on yourselves, and you guys are living proof of that. I want to go talk about the show specifically. Back to you, Josh. Is this your first time at the show?
Second
time. So why don't you tell us a little bit about your cumulative experience with the show so far?
Yeah, I mean, coming to Canada all the way from Florida, it's a long flight, but totally worth it. The exchange rate kind of works in our favor. So when I can come here and I can kind of maneuver my way through all the hockey, because I don't really buy any hockey cards, but we're looking for mostly football, basketball. It's been just a total great experience. The Canadians are very friendly, easy to deal with, and you could just feel the love in the room. Just as Americans, you could just feel the love.
Awesome. What about you, Daryl?
I want to say that the love aspect is definitely here. I've seen cards. The one thing I like about Canada is that when I see cards here, it's stuff that I probably won't see in America. Or let's say, for example, it's something that I see online that I know I can't get my hands on, or it's just on some platform. I'm probably going to see it here. I see Kobe 101s that I want. I'm a Kobe guy, so anything Pop 1, Kobe, autograph, let me know. I'm here all about it. Let me know, and I want to buy in. But my thing is that with Canada, it's so much of a different market compared to America. Yes, it's a lot of hockey, but I think there's a lot more than just hockey out here too. They say he's looking for basketball, football. He know he in the right place because he know he's going to find it here. And I think for Canada, that's what it brings. besides to what America brings, but Canada just brings so much of a different culture when it comes to cars, and I love that aspect.
Actually, that's actually brings me to my next question. What I was going to ask you guys is kind of about the cultural aspect of things. So let's dive a little bit deeper on that. Now, you've been here for 2 shows. You've been here, I think it's your second time or first time?
Yes, sir.
Second time. So both of you have been here second time. What have you noticed synergy culturally in Canada as compared to shows in the U.S.?
So Canada and U.S. it's similar, but it's divided in many ways. So, for example, here I just did an appreciation night. I have done an appreciation night nowhere else besides in Canada. I think it's good that Canadians are here to appreciate the community and to be able to give back. I was able to partner with a lot of the companies that I work with recently and in the past and been able to give back just to the community of Canada and what it is for the hobby. America, you get the trade nights. Yes, there are trade nights here, but I feel like trade nights is just a traditional thing that's always going to happen. But not only that, America, you might have music playing. You might have a DJ. I haven't got that here, but at Culture Collision in Atlanta, we're going to have sneakers, things of that nature, sports cars, a DJ playing. I'm going to have to yell at you just like I'm talking to you now. It's 1,000 people everywhere. I feel like this is more mellow, but like I say, it has its spikes. Everything is vice versa when it comes to America and Canada.
What about you, Josh?
I feel kind of the same way. I feel like there's more of a community here in Canada. I feel like everybody's kind of tightly knit. Everybody kind of knows each other, whether, if you go to a Burbank show or a Dallas card show, you're getting you're getting the whole country coming to these smaller shows versus I feel like Canada is it's just more community based. And I feel like it makes a huge difference when doing deals and whether if you know somebody or you don't know somebody and making people feel more comfortable in doing those deals because they know the landscape of the room already.
Have you? That's great. I really love what you both had to say, and I'm not sure to the answer to this, so you guys tell me, but have you traveled overseas as well? Have you done, so Daryl, have you gone overseas?
I'm going to be honest with you. Canada was being at this show last year was my first time ever leaving the country. I had a passport for close to like 9 years and ended up losing it, never found it. So literally the day I was supposed to fly here for the first show, I ended up getting my passport that morning because we have a passport agency in Atlanta. So you let them know, hey, I'm flying out within the next 7 days. They can expedite and you can get your passport on the same day. So I was blessed with the opportunity here to actually have my first time to be out the country. Now I've been to Vancouver, Montreal, been to several different places, and I love Canada, man.
What about you, Josh?
Yeah, we went last year. Earlier this year, we went to the London Card Show.
Okay.
And sports cards is just starting to kind of take off over there in London. They're really the way you guys love hockey here is the way they love soccer over there. Now the difference is, with like America, with like the American sports card, it goes back to the late 1800s with baseball, early 1900s with baseball. When you look at London, they didn't have early baseball. There was no early baseball. There was nothing early over there. So the sports card market is really, it'd be like America in the 40s is what London's going through right now. Like they're just kind of starting to get the groove and what they like to collect and, all the Messi, Ronaldo, the goats of the soccer lane, they're kind of realizing that, hey, 20, 30, 40 years ago, these cards were out and like we can collect guys that they watched growing up. So it's the very beginning of the London market, and the way that they love soccer is the way you guys love hockey. So it's really cool to kind of see the difference, and there's definitely more of a history here in Canada with hockey, but I can see the London market kind of taking off as well, and the similarities is really cool to see in the comparisons.
That's awesome. And just so you know, I'm a hockey guy. You got to get you some hockey cards in your
100%,
collection
I do.
at one point. So I wanted to switch gears for a quick second, and I want to talk to you guys about your childhood. So starting off with you, Daryl, as a young child, did you ever see yourself doing what you're doing now?
I did and I didn't. So
explain.
All right, there's 2 times in my life where I knew something was going to happen. I started dancing at an early age. So I started doing YouTube videos, dance, and things of that nature. One time, I was at Blockbuster as a kid, and they asked me, they was videotaping kids, asking them what they want to be when they grow up. I was like, I want to be a superstar. I wanted to be a Power Ranger and a superstar. The next time I heard it, this lady read my palm. She was, rest in peace to her, but she was my tutor, as far as with reading, getting my comprehension up. And she did very well with me. And that lady read my palm. My mom didn't want it to happen, but she allowed it. She was like, yo, I see your son doing something in front of a lot of people, but I don't know what he's doing. Years later, I'm in high school, and I'm on BET 106 in Park dancing with P.O.B., Crank That Batman. I don't know if y'all ever remember that, but that's how I transitioned from dancing to doing what I'm doing now. And I took that professionalism from dancing and meeting other individuals to here, making content. Same thing I'm doing there, I'm doing here, but it's just in a different plateau when it comes to collectibles.
Wow, that's really interesting. So Josh, you got to top that. What were you doing as a kid to come here?
I'll try to top that, but you know what? We don't have to. We all get our flowers here. But, growing up, I was always kind of the entrepreneur mindset. I never really wanted to work for somebody. I've had the jobs. I've worked at Tropical Smoothie, American Eagle, dishwasher. I've done all the jobs, and it was always that deep passion in me to be my own boss and create something. Not knowing what that was necessarily as a kid, but then coming into the hobby late 2019, kind of right before the COVID boom. I graduated college. I was just kind of trying to find my way, and then went into a card shop that was a local card shop. As a kid, I did buy sports cards. My mom would buy me boxes when I was 6, 7, 8 for Christmas, and I'd open them Christmas morning. So I already knew what sports cards was, but seeing what it's become now, never would I have imagined that it would become this and we would be where we're at. And then we got into the hobby early 2020, was just buying singles at my card shop, $5, $10, going to card shows, trading my way up, and then the rest is history now. 4 years later, we just kept doing what we were doing. We started making content in early 2022, and then we grew the following, and now we got people all over the world who are just watching what we do, buying from us, selling to us, and we're just enjoying the journey of where we're at each and every day, putting in the work, having fun, enjoying life, and making the most of our 24 hours.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So I hope some of you younger folks or even older folks, any age, can learn from this. You guys have what it takes. You just have to believe in yourself. I'm going to keep saying that. I want to actually ask you something about, you're both content creators. You come across a lot of people in your paths. Can you give me an example, and I'll start off with you, Josh, this time, of someone you've had a positive influence with, or someone who's had a positive influence on you to keep you pushing through?
Yeah, absolutely. One guy I would say is Gary Vee. I think he's a big influence in this entire world, whether sports cards or just life. He's always pushing positivity. And he actually, because before I was doing cards, I was doing sneakers. I was buying and selling sneakers. And then he posted one day on Instagram, he was like, if you buy and sell sneakers, you should check out sports cards. It's another cool hobby where you can buy what you like, you can collect your favorite player, and, there's just more momentum going in the card world. And, I saw that post, and I just started doing research, and it turned into where I'm at right now. So, I give him his props. He puts out great content, and he's an inspiration to always put out great content. Share what you're feeling and how you're feeling, and stay positive through it all. We all go through ups and downs of life, but it's about pushing through those bottoms, because there's always light at the end of the tunnel. And when you have that mindset and you can see the light end of the tunnel and you keep pushing, you will get to where you want to go. A lot of times there's people try to put timestamps on achievements. There is no timestamp on an achievement. Time isn't even real. It's not really 3 p.m. right now. It's just another day. And we're all going through the same amount of day right now. This is the only moment that we're going to live in, this moment right now. It's the first time, it's the last time, right here. So when you have that mindset, you kind of turn off the clock in your head and you just enjoy the present moment that we're in right now.
That's an awesome answer. So Daryl, same to you.
Well said, man. Seriously, well said.
That was really well said, actually.
There's a lot of people I look at going into this hobby. I'm going to be honest, like, even raw, the black coffee in the morning, like, it's inspirational, I don't even drink coffee like that, but it makes me want to get up and drink some damn coffee, Excuse my language. But, like, that That's motivational. And no, it doesn't have anything to do with sports cars, but you got guys like him, Coach Cole. I mean, Coach get up every morning and drop content like, hey, I'm out here, be motivational. Get up today. Do something with your life. But I want to say the biggest person for me doesn't make content. It has to be my father. My father sent me articles about the hobby. He sends me everything to keep me educated on what's going on. He's in the articles, you know. He's sending me something from Sports Illustrated to, you know, Hobby News Daily or whatever it is. He is really tuned in. And not only the outlets that I've learned about, I sent it to him. I may have missed something. He'll send me something on Top's Rip, the newsletter from Top. So for him, he's been motivational to me. And I want to say some of my best videos of me talking about something in the hobby has came from him sending me them articles.
That's wow. I'm really glad I got a chance to interview you both. Those are some really deep thoughts, and I like that. I wanted to go on a bit of a tangent, if I may. Like you said, you guys inspire a lot of people as well. Just to your what's up, guys like me, we're some of the older crew. I'm 50 plus, so we're glad to see some of these younger guys in the hobby pushing things through to have our hobby go the way it goes. Where do you see yourself in 5 to 10 years from now? So I'll start off with you, Josh.
I can see myself doing the exact same thing right here. Still pushing, still buying, still selling, still making great content, maybe going to more places, more countries. I want to check out the other side of the world. There's a China show going on right now as well. You know, so go visit China, go see Europe, check out Australia. You know, I think just expansion. I think that's just what I really want to do is just expand more and see what other parts of the world are enjoying sports cars the same way we are enjoying it here in the States and in Canada. Because there's so many countries that are in the hobby that are having shows this very weekend right now. I'm sure in Singapore there's a show. In Australia there's a show right now. In New Zealand there's probably a show. In Scotland there's probably a show. In London, it's all over the world. We can't be everywhere at once, but it's making that map where you can see, okay, for the next 6 months we're going to go to these countries and we're going to see what other cars are out here in the world. So I definitely want to just expand and grow and keep doing what we're doing.
Awesome answer. Daryl, your turn.
Yeah, I love the word expansion. It can go so many different ways. For me, I want to be able to take this to a point where I'm able to live off of it, be comfortable, and also be able to support my family. Last December, I got a chance to go home and pay my mom bills for the first time. That felt so good. I never got a chance to do that in my life. Like, she didn't need it, but I was able to do that. I never had that because I was always working 2 to 3 jobs. Like I said, bro, I mean, I'm working at Cracker Barrel, after school program, and then on top of that, working overnight on sets doing wardrobe, and then still trying to do this on the weekend. Like, I want to be able to do one thing, and I want to be able to enjoy it. And also, I want to work with businesses. I want to, work with the car shops, the car shows. Adventure around the world. The only time I've been out the country is Canada. I am 35 years old, and I recently have just been out the country 2 years ago. So that lets you know how my life has been and what I'm experiencing now. I'm hoping to experience this 5, 10 years from now. And I'm going to be honest, I feel like I found my niche. And not only that, I take this seriously. I want people to recognize me as a business 5 or 10 years from now and respect me for that.
I think this is going to be very easy for you both to keep going. I mean, I've seen your content. I'm impressed by it. The world has been seeing it. It's going to keep growing. I'm going to wrap this up with one last question, if I can get my phone working. 1 second here. First of all, I want to thank you very much for your honest, inspiring answers. My questions, your answers. And this will be put on YouTube so people to see and people the show can hear from. I want to ask you a question about the hobby in more of a philosophical way. And you already answered it in your own way, but I'll try one more time. How do you think the hobby makes the world a better place? Daryl, starting with you.
I don't know if a lot of people are too religious, things of that nature, but yeah, I'm a God-fearing man. Not only that, I try to keep myself well-being. I try to keep a good head on my shoulders. I've been able to connect with so many different cultures and so many different lifespans of people, generations, to individuals that collect so many different things. I think the hobby is going to continue to create a community of individuals that's going to help change this world somehow. I'm not saying be the next Dr. Collector. I'm not saying be the next Raw. I'm saying be better than us somehow. Learn from us. Don't be afraid to ask a question, but I think with the community, this space is going to help transition someone in this world. And I'm hoping that, it might start off with that kid there. Look up 20 years from now, he may own his own car shop, and look up 20 employees with different ethnicities, giving people opportunity. I think this is what this hobby is going to do in the future, and I think the community is going to do that.
Thank you for that. Josh, you get to do the last bit.
All right. I mean, I think that as people look up to us, I think it's important, one, for us to continue to inspire and continue not allow certain things to stop us from growing. It's so easy to, think you've made it, or think that I'm too old, I'm too young. It don't matter. None of that matters. What matters is that you just keep on going and inspiring those who are coming after us. And there's so much going on in this world to even start. And I think the hobby can become that place where you almost forget about the rest of the world while you're at these shows, while you're having fun at a card show anywhere in the world, or while you're online talking to friends, or at a trade night, or at an event. This hobby has become a place where you can kind of forget all the other noise going on in the world, and you can kind of be at peace. You can kind of just enjoy yourself here. And I think it needs to continue to be that for people who are coming into the hobby. A lot of people are stressed in life. And if the hobby can be a place where they can find that little kid joy that they had when they were 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe now they're 30, 40, 50, and they're just stressed out. Let the hobby be that place where they can find that inner kid joy and remember the times where they were ripping kids with their parents or with their friends as a kid. So I think less business, more hobby. That is going to continue to bring more people in and give them a place to be inspired and feel at home.
Okay, both. I want to thank you both. This was awesome. For those of you who don't know, I'm surprised if you don't know, but Roth Cards on Instagram, follow Roth Card, and Dr. Collectible on Instagram as well, and other places as well, Fanatics Live and whatnot, what may have you. Please follow these guys. These guys are an inspiration, and I want to thank you all for attending this panel.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
right, we are welcoming everyone and anyone. If you've got a case, if you got cards, if you want a case, if you want cards. We have an official announcement in which we are asking every single kid in the Toronto Sports Card Show to join us. We are going to do our mega fun trivia challenge, and we want to see if you have what it takes to answer questions in the world of sports. You need to show us your best skills. So when you have a chance, join us less than 5 minutes away.
Once again, all the kids who want to win some free stuff, come straight to the stage right now. Once again, all the kids, wherever the kids are, come towards the stage. Grab a seat.
If you have a company named Bondi, please have a seat.
Bondi.
I am watching, I am seeing, I am believing that trivia will solve all of the world's problems here for just a few minutes. We need you to find a seat. We are looking to get rid of a lot of stuff. I'm talking about a lot of stuff. So, please find your seats. If you're around the main stage, if you can hear us, then you are in a good spot.
That's right, if you are a child, if you have a child, if you are looking for a child, bring your child over here. You got it. We're back. We are back.
Well, hold on. If you're acting like a child,
That's right.
Does that work?
That's like half of the men here.
Because I know anyone that collects cards has a childish attitude.
Yeah, and they're stuck. They're stuck in their
They're
head.
stuck in the vortex of being a child.
All right, we're gonna start in just a minute. We want all the kids because we have to. We have a contractual obligation to get rid of free packs. Who wants some free packs?
Well, are we starting right now?
Well, I don't know. It doesn't seem like anybody wants a free pack.
No, here's what I want. Here's what I want. All right, let's bring the music down. Here's what I'm looking for. Whenever he says, whenever I say to clap and scream, you scream as loud as you can, you clap as fast as you can. But when I say for him to tell you to clap and scream, you're going to go like this. Yay. All right, great. All right, are you ready to try that? All right, everyone do me. All right, now let's see the opposite. Do him. No, don't be like, yeah. Meh. You're making him cry. You just made him cry.
That's not nice. But you know what is nice? Getting rid of some free stuff. Okay? And we have some free stuff here. Ladies and gentlemen, here at the Sport Card Expo, we are the Megan Boys, Gian and Paige. We are so happy to be here with you guys for the next little bit. And we're going to be getting rid of a ton of free cards and accessories.
Well, hold on. The better question is, should we give out some free cards or should I just take them all for myself? Be honest. Okay, thanks. That was a great show. Thank you so much.
All right, guys.
I'm out of here.
Next time. Thanks. You can blame
you
this
guys.
kid
Thank
right
you so
here.
much, Ozzy, for
Everybody blame that
all right,
kid
we're
right
good.
there.
We're
Okay.
leaving. Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Oh, okay, fine. Maybe we won't.
All right.
But it's crossed my mind, okay? A lot. So what we're going to do right now is we are looking for, first of all, we are looking for Jack Grossman. Does anyone know who Jack Grossman is? Is there anyone here? He should be here soon. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to ask you simple questions, hard questions, important questions, and questions that don't even have questions to them to find out if you have what it takes to be our winner. We are going to get rid of a lot of product, but you must show us that if any of the cards are of any value, you will give them to me because I deserve it. Fair?
No. It's real simple. We got packs of cards. We're going to ask a question. The person that throws their hand up the fastest, let's try it right now. Hey, put your hands down. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Okay, got it.
This kid was the fastest, okay?
Okay, so yeah, don't blurt out the answer. Put your hand out. We have cameras, and we are able to see.
And we also have spies and informants.
We have informants in the room
who are looking to make sure no one puts their hands up prematurely. Because if you do put your hand up prematurely,
there's a catapult on their chair.
Security will escort you out of the building, okay?
Yeah.
And that means that you might have some legal complications in the future with your resume.
They're called ramifications.
Yes.
All right. For the first prize, who knows how to spell the word ramification? Come on.
All right, come on up here. Get this kid up here.
All right, this is going to be the most sporty thing.
I knew a genius when I saw one.
We potentially have a genius.
Okay, hang on a second.
Ramification.
This isn't the Sport Card Expo. This is the National Spelling Bee with, what's your name?
Alex.
Guys, give it up for Alex. Alex.
All right, Alex, here's the thing. We want you to spell the word ramification. Are you ready to do that?
RARAMICATION.
Wait a second.
That was Ramsai Aisha.
Yeah. You got one more chance, or we will eject you. And is this your brother? We will have you both escorted out of here by security if you don't get it right.
Ramification.
Let's try it again,
One
Alex.
more time, Alex.
RAMI. Oh, wait. You said ramification. IFICION.
I think he's a genius. This is the prodigy, people. Give him a round of applause. He spelt it mostly right. So this is, look at, you're on camera right now, but look, that's the back of your head. You want to see the front of your head? Here, well, we'll do this. Alex, look at the camera here.
Hey!
Camera on camera. Give it up for Alex. A round of applause. It is that easy. It is that easy.
Alex is my hero.
Okay, the glorious sons are not here today, but you must understand, if your name is Jimmy, there's going to be a problem, okay? And right now, we want to find out whose name is Jimmy. Hands up. One Jimmy. I knew a wrestler. You know what his name was? Homeless Jimmy. So it was real. And then there was Jimmy Superfly Snuka. And then there was Jack Grossman. So all of these people here have a skill. It is time to get rid of product, okay? Let's do this properly. The first question we're going to ask you, you must put your hand up, way up high. The first person that does will have a chance
Hands
to win.
down until we're ready.
All right, you must keep your hands down until we start. The first question I have for you, if you want to win, have a seat, guys. Who was the last Toronto Maple Leaf to win Rookie of the Year? Austin Matthews.
Is he right? Is he right?
Is he right? He is correct.
Get up
Give
here.
him a round of applause.
Get up here now.
I was there. It was him, not me. All right. It's that simple. Here's another question. Who here knows which athlete was known as the Iron Man? No. Hands up, hands up. Cal Ripken Jr. Get him up for this guy.
All right, give it up.
Oh my God.
That. You know what? Anyone who knows their Baltimore sports is good with me. Get up here, pal. Get up here.
It's that easy. And you know what? Do we have a grand prize that we have to get rid of later? I can't wait to show you what the grand prize is. There's lots of stuff. Lots of stuff. Okay. Name two, other than Austin Matthews, two Toronto Maple Leafs that have scored over 50 goals in a season. William Nylander and Mitch Marner? No.
No.
Anyone else?
Here, Hamza.
Doug Gilmour and Matt Sundin?
No. Okay, Greg, can you verify these? Because we can't. Okay. No. Who else? Who hasn't answered?
In the back. You said Harold Sneps and Al Iafrate. Is that what you said? What do you say? Gary Leibman, not Austin Matthews.
One more. You got Gary Lehman and one more.
Rick Vive, come on up here, dude.
And he gets one too. Get up here, pal. Get up here.
Okay, it is now time for an adult spelling bee. An adult spelling bee to find out which one of your parents should be embarrassed to be calling themselves parents. We're going to find out based on a name association of a player. Can anyone give me a player where his first name in hockey was Vincent? Come on up here.
We got one Vincent.
All right, we got a Vincent. Come here. This is going to be the question. All right, come here. We're going to get another spelling bee, and we're going to do it for the honor of this man's integrity and his child. I need you to spell the last name Damphous.
Damphous.
O-U-S-E? O-U-S-E? O-U-S-E is not right.
O-U-S-C, you're way off the stage, pal. Get out of here. Take a hike. You got that wrong big time. I'm disappointed.
I got one more chance. I will give you one more chance.
Okay. For what?
Do it again.
Okay. Damphous.
S-S-E. Give it up for Saskatchewan's finest.
Let's give him a round of applause. Yeah. Huge. What a huge
round
moment.
of applause. This is my greatest
Incredible.
moment.
Memorable moment
I've
we've
had
just
4
made.
children born, and this was better than that. This was my defining moment in my life.
That was a core memory for this man.
This was the greatest minute of my life. All right. If you went to camp, or if you went to summer camp, who goes to summer camp here? Okay. Name the only Russian hockey player to play for the Washington Capitals and is still in the league and can win the all-time goal leader now. Yes. Alex Ovechkin. Give it up for this guy. Next question. Some basketball player just got his jersey retired for Toronto. Who was that? Vince Damphus Carter. Come on up here, buddy. It's that simple. It's that simple. Oh, what's this? Uh-oh. We have an official word from our sponsor, The Hit Parade. Someone will win this by the end of this trivia. In this Hit Parade case is an autograph card and an autograph puck of a hockey player. The only thing we have to promise that if you win this, you must open it live on the screen. Is that a fair deal?
Can you guys handle that?
Do we want this? Do we need this? Should I keep this for myself?
All right, what is the name of the player who hit the last knockoff, walk-off, bat flip, home run for the Toronto Blue Jays? Young lady. Who? Sorry. Oh, Freddie Freeman. No, I'm talking about for the Blue Jays, but that's a good one. Yes, you. Joe Carter is not correct. Okay, yes, you. Jose Batista. I said
Okay.
a knockoff.
Walk-off or
I said knockoff.
No, give him the Batista. This guy's got it. He's got it. You're the bin. Kobe.
All right, but come up here anyways. Come up here anyways because my illiteracy skills shouldn't be a part of your problem. Okay. All right. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to do something called Let's Get to Know Some of Our Audience Members. So first and foremost, I'd like to call my good friend up here. Yes, you, sir. Come here. Yes, let's give it up. No, I need you. I need you. Come on up here, pal. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Now, I'm not one to pick people out of a crowd, but can you not all agree with me that he's a real handsome fella?
Oh my God, you're amazing. You're amazing on the show LA Law. You're really good on that show.
No, this is where we bring the world of fashion and collectibles. Look at this man as a model. He's matching his shirt with his shoes. He's got the brown sack. Who God knows what's in that sack. Okay? Okay? I don't think he'd get past the metal detector at the airport. But he's got the style, and he's here with us. What's your name, boss?
My name's Mike.
Guys, give it up for Mike! Oh my God, he's on fire. Now, he's on fire. I can feel the radiation from his personality, just a good guy. But you know who's not a good guy? You know who's actually one of the most coldest people that can balance out Mike's hotness? Is this man with his arms crossed for the last 15 minutes trying to intimidate me. Okay, get up here, boss. Get up here. I'm not into this. Okay, coming up here. This is ridiculous, okay? He's coming up here. For the last 15 minutes, he's been staring at me with his arms crossed, trying to make me feel small, but guess what? He can't do that. What's your name?
Chris.
Well, Chris, come here for a second. As you can see, you got that attitude. You're kind of a little too cool for school, but yet Mike the model, okay? He's a model, okay? He can make that steel blue face anywhere he goes, ice cold, okay? So the question I have here with the cameras on, the live feed, the thousands of millions of trillions of people watching at home, here today, Sports Card Expo 2024. Who wants to see Chris versus Mike in a slap fight? Slap fight. Louder. Okay.
All right, okay, here's the deal. You guys need to face off against each other, okay? Please, a little bit closer. You guys are gonna we're gonna flip a coin, and then we're gonna determine who gets to slap who first, okay? And so the rules are you get to wind up, but you cannot wind up more than a straight arm, okay? If you go back like that, you're disqualified. Because you were called on first and you were second, I guess you get to go first, okay? You get to go first. Now, does everyone want to see this, right?
Oh my God. I don't know how you're going to get out of this one, by the way. I'm really looking to see how this one unfolds. Thumb wrestle.
All right, unfortunately, guys, Mike feels that this is inappropriate.
Boo.
Which is highly disrespectful. All right, now Mike, just stick to being a model, okay? Here's what we're gonna do, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna change it up because Mike doesn't want to fight. He's gonna do a different type of battle. And my good friends here in the tech booth, are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? Mike versus Chris in a hit the music. A dance battle. All right, here we go. Go Mike. Go Mike. Go Mike.
Go Mike.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right, Chris, you gotta show Mike what's up. Here we go. Chris, music. Go.
Chris. Oh my goodness. I think he's having a seizure. Okay, we have a winner. We have a winner. We have a winner.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. All right, Mike sent in one of his stunt doubles from Temptation Island. Here we go. Let's see it, big man. Go. Dance battle. Love is blind, and so is this guy's dance moves. You gotta step up. Figure it out, bro. Time is money here. Let's go. Who's the winner? Is it Chris? Or is it Mike Jabroni standing? All right, let's give them both. Let's give them both. Let's give them both.
All right, well, as far as I'm concerned, bring the music down. We couldn't take those 4 minutes back. We did it all together here. That was very, very borderline atrocious. I like that. We're going to keep this moving. We have to give out more products. Should we give out more prizes? Do we need more prizes to be getting rid of? Okay, we are going to keep this going because we have to get rid of it all. Okay, next question. Who knows 2 teams from the original 6? Yes. Come on up, all right. Oh my goodness, this kid is a child prodigy. Okay. All right, congratulations. Somebody give me another 2 teams from the original 6. Okay. And our good friends at Top Loader Breakers, right? Guys, this is what I call a mensch, okay? They just gave me to keep a messy, like, little bobblehead. Oh, it's not for me to keep? Oh, it's for me to give away. Okay, well. Well, first of all, thank you, Top Loaders, and our good friends at Ultra Pro
I've got these mystery bags. Who wants a mystery bag?
All right.
Okay.
I got this messy one of one from Top Loaded Breakers over
Let's
here.
do this. Chris,
these guys are legends.
This
Support
is
them.
Ultra Pro is all the casings, all the things to protect your valuables. That's right. Chris is not just a pretty face or a horrible dancer. He's also a guy that's got cases for cards, like cars for kids. Like the commercial that I hate. Oh, okay. All right. Well, you're going to hold on to these, and we're going to ask a question. You're going to keep your eye on the crowd. 2 to 3 winners here, okay? We are looking. Somebody name me a player who has won 2 Olympic gold medals in any sport. Messi? No, you. Who? Summer McIntosh? 2. No, the professional sport athletes that play in one of the big 4 sports. No, let me rephrase the question. Who in the NBA has won more than 2 gold medals? Oh, he's right. Charizard is right. Okay. Who wants to answer another question?
All right. This is going to be for the messy. What do we call this, guys? Bobblehead? Mini bobblehead. Once again, Top Loaded Breakers right here, okay? They gave me that. They're good people. They're supporting us on stage. They're not trying to intimidate me like people who stand behind me with their arms crossed, okay? So, we all know that this is messy. Who can, with your hands down right now, who can tell me which team does Messi play for now? This kid right here. Which team does Messi play for right this second, right now? Okay? He said Miami. Congratulations. All right. Thank you very much. Top Loaded Breakers, baby. These guys are good peeps.
We got some more top loaders. We got some more top loaders.
All right, everybody sit down, settle down, and please, sir, your intimidation tactics are not working on me, okay? Where's Carter Slewin when you need him?
Okay.
Who knows Carter Slewin? You do?
Okay, if you have a grandmother named Elaine, put your hands up. There we go.
Hang on, wait. If you have a grandmother named Elaine, please come onto the stage right now. If you have a grandmother named Elaine, please, okay. Get up here, okay.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
All right. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, these kids here on stage at the Sport Card Expo, aside from having a passion for sports and collectibles, they have one thing in common that unites them and bonds them forever. And that is they have a grandmother named Elaine. Can you make some noise for anyone named Elaine? Can we get an Elaine chant? Elaine. Elaine. So, what we're going to do right now with these 3 kids facing those 3 kids, okay, line up. We are going to have the first and likely last ever Elaine grandmother slap fight with the kids. And what that means is that any one of these kids can smack the other kid. No? Wait, no? What do you guys say? Will Elaine like it? All right, here's what we're going to do. You're going to get the music back on, boss. Get the music back on. We're having an Elaine dance battle. Here we go, here we go. Go Elaine, the Elaine dance battle. All right, now your turn. And you're spilling your drink on my table. Who did that?
My Elaine will be very upset. Really average idea. That's proven to gone wrong here.
All right, stop the music, guys. You're very lucky that I don't call Elaine right. You know what?
Okay.
What's Elaine's number? Let's call her right now. We're calling Elaine.
Okay, you guys get packs for being amazing.
All right, get out of here.
Okay, we're going to do a couple more prizes because you guys are amazing. There's a friend of mine that's here. He's right over here. Come over here from yesterday. For those of you that don't know, he's a very famous actor. If anyone could tell me who he is, what show he was on in the 80s, you will get to win a big prize. This is a very famous person. Somebody tell me what show he was on in the 80s. Go. What show? Three's Company. He kind of looks like Jack Tripper, but it's not him. What about you? You see the Smurfs? Papa Smurf? Love is Blind. It's a good show. Anyone else? Does anyone know? Mom? What show is he from? The 18th, very close. It's very close. It's very close. Miami Vice, ladies and gentlemen, we have Don Johnson is here. Come on up. You won. Yes. Don Johnson is here. You were amazing in Miami Vice. Give it up for Don. And now it's time for the big kahuna. We will have this, but you must open this on stage. Are you ready to do this? Do we want to win this? How do we give out this prize? All right, we've got lots of people here that are trying to get in on this. How do we get rid of this? This is one of our big prizes by Hit Parade. There is a signed card and a signed puck in here.
You want to do a talent show?
Talent show.
All right, and once again, the amazing, incredible, generous, lovely people at Top Loaded Breakers have given us a one-of-one Pikachu nightlight. Right? And so this will be one of our prizes along with this. And so we are going to have a talent show, okay? So, here's what we're going to do. You have a talent? Come on up here. What's your name?
Scarlett.
Everyone say, what's up, Scarlett? How you doing? Okay, watch out. You're going to fall off the stage. What's your talent?
I'm a dancer, acro.
So is that what you're going to do?
Yeah.
Do you need music or can you do it to clapping? All right, everyone, just clap. Just clap and clap and clap and clap. Go Scarlet. Go Scarlet. Go Scar. Everyone. Whoa. Whoa, does everyone see that? Oh. Watch out, watch out.
That's enough. I don't want you smelling here.
Okay.
I'm sorry. There is no one else here that could do that. Scarlett. Why, are you guys related? Are you friends? Okay, that was insane. We want you to open this product here. Let her have a chance to get something to win too.
Holy goodness. Get up here. That was crazy. That was insane.
Okay, hold on. Let's zoom in on the camera. Okay, here's what we got to do. We are going to put this on the table. Can we zone in on this, guys? Cameras? Can we zoom in? Tech team, can we zoom in on this pack?
Yeah, they're working on it. Yeah, you're on it. They're on it.
All right, that's fine. Okay, perfect. Okay, we are going to have this box right here. We're going to open this box. Now, what do you do when you want to open up a box? Are you like delicate? Are you a complete savage, barbarian, where you just like Tasmanian devil? Like, what's your game plan here?
I'm just gonna open it one by one. I don't know.
One by one, she's cautious. Okay, she's cautious. Okay, so supposedly we got to use this.
For what?
So you got to keep this like this, and you start peeling it. And I'm going to show you how to do this so that everyone gets to see. I like the reveal. Yeah, go for it, go for it, go for it. Okay, now here's the next part. This is the seal. This is the seal. So what I see us doing is anyone have a pocket knife? Any kids? Anyone have a knife? Okay, oh yeah, were you the guy that gave me the knife yesterday? Of course. Mr. Knife, we'll call him. Everyone say, hi, Mr. Knife. Okay, here's where we got to be very careful. We have the box, okay? Oh, let's pull this up like this. And I think we should bring it down. Hold on. Just turn it around. And we slowly... Oh, we have a piece of paper. That's right, the Hit Parade. That's our brand. Hit Parade. And the first thing we do, let's slowly bring it up. The reveal. Drum roll, drum roll. Ooh. Zoom in on this beauty. We have a Brock Bowser marquee signed rookie card, PSA 10, with his puck signed, official from Fanatics and our Hit Parade. Give it up for our friend, our winner, and the person who's known as the Human Pretzel.
Give it up for Scarlett! All right, thanks, Scarlett. And we have our next contestant coming up here. Get up here. What's your name again? Katie. Katie, what's your talent?
Back handspring.
Okay, go over there, but just don't do it off the stage. We do not have insurance. If you can do it, parents, we have a permission for her to do this? Oh my God. I don't know if I...
That is unbelievable.
That's crazy. What do you want? You want the Pikachu light or you want cards? Okay, we still got the Pikachu light from our good friends at Top Loaded Breakers. Top Loaded Breakers. You got a talent? What's your talent? No. All right, you go. You're first. You're first. You can do a cartwheel? Okay, well, let's see it, big man. That was awesome. You must be one of those parents where it's like everyone ties, you're happy with that. Compared to what I just saw her do.
Oh, right.
Yeah. I
And
don't know.
That concludes my part of the show. We had a blast here.
You know what would be more impressive, ladies and gentlemen? I know talent when I see it, and I firmly believe that this place will go absolutely crazy if this man does a cartwheel. Get up here. Get up here. Who wants to see this guy? Come on up here. No, get up here. Andre the Giant's cousin, okay? Get up here. You want to see a real cartwheel? This is the man to do it. No, you're not. You're doing it, dude. Figure it out. I don't know how to do it. I don't have. No, okay. Unfortunately, he has a medical condition that does not allow him to do that, but he's going to let his son do it. You want to take something home? You got to show me your talent. Okay, I think we're going to quit the gymnastics. Okay, you get out of here. Get out of here. No, you're good. You go. That's it. It's starting to get brutal here. Who can sing? Who said they can sing? No more packs left. And the winner of the Pikachu light is this young man right here. Go thank the people there at toploadedbreakers.com. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the Megan Boys for today. We will be back tomorrow with more free stuff. Thank you to Top Loaded Breakers, to Ultra Pro, to the Hit Parade, and to everybody here at the Sport Card Expo. The Burkell family, BurkellMcKenzie.com.